Okay. And this is Gavel to Gavel, WCBW-TV's complete coverage of Richmond City Council. Good evening once again. I'm Dick Harmon. Welcome to our first meeting of the month of April. Will it be a long one? Well, who knows, because tonight is budget hearing night. And glad to report, as you might be able to tell, we're back in our usual stand in front of the candy store here. The gremlins have been discovered, dispensed with. We are back to full bore here with all the cameras working and all the bells and whistles, whistling and ringing. And so we're set to go tonight with what looks like, well, who knows? It started out 13 items on regular agenda, 3 on consent, and 30 budget papers. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, we're not going to go through the budget papers. They are very long, very confusing. And if we start reading all the budget papers and went through all that, we wouldn't be done until Thursday, Friday maybe. So we're going to do the consent agenda, the regular agenda. Then we do have one item I want to bring to your attention on the budget papers, but that's about it. So let's get started on tonight's agenda. Starting off with the consent agenda, item number 1, Ordinance 2014-131. This concerns deferred retirement option programs. This is being continued until April 27th. Item 2, Ordinance 2014-221, and this is a special use at 1600 Monument Avenue, authorizing outdoor dining for an existing restaurant. That's being continued till May 11th. Item 3, Ordinance 2015-20. This is conversion of an existing building to a multifamily dwelling with up to 50 units. That one's going to be continued also till May 11th. Item 4, Ordinance 2015-36, authorizing the CEO to accept $1,900 from the Office of Attorney General of Virginia and to transfer $190 in matching funds. And this will give us $2,090, and that will provide a grant to the Department of Police to administer the Triad Crime Prevention for Seniors Grant Program. That stays on consent. Item 5, Ordinance 2015-50. This requiring a traffic calming study and the reporting of the results of such a study to appropriate City Council standing committees prior to the date of installations of any bicycle lanes. This one continued till our next meeting on April 27th. Item 6, Resolution 2013-R254, supporting the City Administration's efforts to settle certain claims asserted by certain owners of real property abutting Princeton Creek in the City of Richmond. That's being continued to our next meeting on the 27th of April. Items 7 and 8, normally companions, but they're being split up for a very good reason. Item 7, Resolution 2014-R149. This is imposing enhanced speeding penalties on Chapel Drive between McGuire Drive and Hopkins Road. And then item 8 was Resolution 2014-R150, imposing speeding penalties, enhanced speeding penalties McGuire Drive between Broad Rock and Hopkins Road. The original thing was to continue both these papers till June. However, we were able to find out tonight that they did a study and they have said, yes, we definitely can do the enhanced speeding penalties on the Chapel Drive paper. So that will be Chapel Drive between McGuire Drive and Hopkins Road. So that will stand consent. The other paper they're still working on, still studying, and that's one from McGuire Drive, and that one will be continued till June 8th. Item 9, Resolution 2015-R20, and this one is encouraging the greater use of the Bon Secours Redskins Training Center by athletic teams at public schools here in the city. That being continued till May 26th. Now, that one's a Tuesday night meeting, and that's because May 25th is Memorial Day. So we will meet that month only on a Tuesday. But anyhow, that's when that paper will be heard. Item 10, Resolution 2015-R21. This requesting the CAO cause to be conducted a study concerning the use of Internet lodging service in the city to accommodate visitors participating in or attending the upcoming Road World Championships. That's the big bicycle races coming here in the fall. And whether any amendments to the city's laws and regulations are needed to address any issues created by the rental of real property through Internet lodging services. That one's going to be on the consent, and that will be heard tonight. Item number 11, Resolution 2015-R23. And this is designating council members shall serve on standing committees of council, the various boards, etc. And this one is mainly for the purpose of appointing a council member to serve on the Maggie L. Walker Initiative Citizens Advisory Board. That stays on consent. Resolution 2015-R24, that's item 12. That approves $500 to the council district for the 6th district to make a donation to the Girls for a Change 2015 Date with Dad Dinner and Dance. That stays on consent. And item 13, Resolution 2015-R25. This takes the position that no child in the Commonwealth should suffer from food insecurity and expresses support for the efforts of the Commonwealth Council on bridging the nutritional divide to address childhood hunger in Virginia. That stays on consent. Now, we get to the regular agenda. Item 14, Ordinance 2015-35, and this is for the purpose of prescribing that the main Internet web page of each department or other agency include a link to audit reports and information concerning the status of implementation of audit recommendations. That one's going to be reconsidered, but it'll come back again on June 8th. Item 15, Ordinance 2015-51, and this is amending an ordinance which closed to public use and travel a portion of right-of-way known as Lewis Street between its intersection with Williamsburg Road and its intersection with CSX Transportation. This paper is for the purpose of modifying certain terms and conditions upon which the portion of right-of-way was closed, and that one has no objections, so that's going to be moved to the consent agenda. That will be number 6 on the consent agenda instead of number 15 on the regular agenda. And then we get to item number 16, and that's Resolution 2014-R184, requesting the CAO cause to be issued a request for proposals for the purpose of selecting a development company for the Boulevard site, that one being continued until our next meeting on the 27th of April. Budget-related papers, we actually have items 17 through 44 will be the regular budget, and there'll be a public hearing on that tonight. Items 45 and 46 are the Community Development Block Grant budget papers. There'll also be a public hearing on that. So where do we stand? Okay, let's take a look. On the consent agenda, we started out with 13 items. 6 continued, 1 amended and continued, and 1 being moved in from the regular agenda. So we're down to 7 items on consent. Now, on the regular agenda, we had 3. 2 continued, 1 moved to consent, so there are no items left on the regular agenda. Awards and presentations, there are 8 of them tonight. Citizens comment period, we have only 2 people, 1 to speak on affordable housing for persons with disabilities, want to talk about real estate taxes and the lack of police patrolling the Creighton Court community. Those are the two people to speak on the citizens' comment period. Now, how about the budget? Well, we have got right now 8 people signed up to speak. Now, it doesn't mean that's going to be just 8 people because they will allow people to come down and speak after they've had these 8 people speak. So the 8 people speaking, 2 of them are talking on the CDBG funding, the Community Development Block Grant funding. We have 4 speaking on police, wanting a police pay plan. 1 to talk on the James River Park system, and 1 so far to speak on the school budget. Now, there's been some questions on the school budget. Well, what are the numbers? Well, here's what I have so far. And this comes from the official budget papers right here. As it stands right now, on the attachment to the school appropriation ordinance, prior year fund balance $1.5 million. City appropriations just shy of $137 million. State sales tax $24.8 million. State revenue $97.4 million. Other revenue $624,000. Federal revenue $720,000. So the total revenues, as it stands right now, for the school plan, $262,131,604. That's as it stands right now. Of course, everything is up for review and changes. We don't know exactly what will change, what won't change. That is why they have these meetings. They had one when I came in today earlier. They're hearing presentations in the various departments. And we'll be hearing from people tonight asking basically these questions. Can you possibly keep all our services? Don't cut any. Can you possibly make sure we don't lose anybody's jobs? And if necessary, can we give them raises? But the third question is a stumper. Can you possibly do all this and not increase taxes? So that's what they are working on a regular basis right now, is how do you do all these things and still try and keep the budget without having to raise taxes? Can they do it? Well, they've done it before. We'll see what happens over the next few weeks. But tonight, how long are we going to be here? We don't know. They say 9 people signed up to speak, but that will change, I'm sure. We'll have more coming down here for various comments on various portions of the budget. Well, we're going to be getting started in just a couple of minutes. I'm Dick Harmon. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting will now come to order. At this time, we will have invocation given by Reverend Corey B. Gibson of First African Baptist Church.
Let us quiet our hearts and prepare our posture in the way we best see fit to communicate with the Creator. Masterful Creator and Sustainer of the universe, we thank Thee for another opportunity to which You have allowed us to gather in this assembly. We thank You for those elected officials who You have orchestrated to serve as facilitators in the decision-making process of our city. We ask that as we go forth conducting the business set forth on our agenda tonight, that we will do so in a spirit of love, that we will do so in a spirit of excellence and in unity, knowing that all decisions are not made for our own benefit, but for the betterment of our fair city. We thank Thee right now. Amen.
If there are any seated, if you'd stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, if you please provide the Chamber emergency evacuation announcement, followed by the citizen guideline speakers.
Yes, upon activation of the emergency alarm signal, all persons should immediately exit the building. Please use the exits to the left or right front of the council chamber or the east or west stairwell outside the rear doors of the chamber. Do not use elevators or escalators. After exiting the building, proceed to the assembly area located in the parking lot bordered by Clay 8th and 9th Streets. Citizens and employees should assist visually and hearing impaired visitors with exiting the building. Citizen speakers guidelines. Citizens wishing to speak during public hearings and/or citizen comment period are generally allowed 3 minutes to speak. Persons appearing before council are not allowed to campaign for public office, promote private business ventures, use language of a personal nature which insults or demeans any person, including comments directed at public officials or staff that are not related to their official duties. Address or question staff members directly. All questions are to be directed to the President of Council. Failure to adhere to the guidelines may result in speakers forfeiting any remaining time and further disciplinary action as necessary, which could include barring from attendance at future council meetings for a period of 6 months. And Madam President, for the record, all members of council are in attendance this evening.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe there are no...
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Council Vice President Hilbert is not in attendance, as well as Councilman Agilesta.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe there are no applications for appointment and reappointment for consideration.
That is correct.
So let's move on to the awards and presentations, please.
Okay. The first recognition being presented by the Honorable Mayor Dwight C. Jones and Council President Michelle Mosby recognizes the third week of April 2015 as Richmond Public Library Week. Open in a single building on October 13th, 1924, the Richmond Public Library now includes 9 branches conveniently located throughout Richmond that provide access to education, enjoyment, and employment. Constantly evolving on behalf of the needs of our residents, the Richmond Public Library has more than 450,000 books, items, and materials available for checkout and provides internet access, community meeting space, and notary services. Some of the many important programs provided by the Richmond Public Library include parenting and early childhood education, resume writing, and computer and internet training. As a strong testament to the outstanding programs and services provided by the Richmond Public Library, our branch system now hosts more than 1 million visitors a year. In recognition of the importance of reading, in 1958, the American Library Association and the National Book Committee established an annual National Library Week. In support of the National Library Week, Richmond City Council and Mayor Dwight C. Jones hereby officially proclaim the third week of April 2015 to be Richmond Public Library Week and encourage all residents to visit their library and to take advantage of the services and materials available to them at their public library. We also have another award. This is to recognize Ms. Harriet H. Coulter for her years of leadership and service on behalf of public libraries. A dedicated library professional, Ms. Harriet H. Coulter has devoted more than 40 years of providing her leadership and talents on behalf of public libraries across the country. Becoming director of the Richmond Public Library in 2005, Ms. Coulter has earned a solid reputation for her expertise in strategic planning, innovation, service delivery, and establishing strong community partnerships. As a testament to Ms. Coulter's tremendous efforts, our Richmond Public Library system now hosts more than 1 million visitors a year. Receiving numerous accolades and awards over the years, in 2013, Ms. Coulter was honored by the White House as a champion of challenge for her leadership in early childhood education on behalf of children, parents, and caregivers. Richmond City Council and Mayor Dwight C. Jones hereby recognize, honor, and celebrate Ms. Harriet H. Coulter on the occasion of her upcoming retirement and thank her for many years of outstanding leadership and service on behalf of public libraries and grateful residents.
Woohoo! Let's do something with that. Well, we have two things that was read, so we're going to start with the library, and then we're going to get to Ms. Coulter.
Oh, dear.
Our Richmond Public Libraries are awesome. They are. Our libraries offer over 450,000 items, and they have such trained professionals inside of them. They provide free access for books, films, internet, all types of things in our libraries. And I would suggest that become a family outing. That's what the library should be. There are things in the library for everyone in your family. So I would suggest everybody stop by. Ms. Coulter, I know that you were a proponent for the libraries on Sundays. That's in the 9th District. That's me. Woohoo! And 8th District. And so you have just been an awesome, awesome attribute to the city. I believe tomorrow with the renovations will be the unveiling of all of the extra beautiful on tomorrow at 10 a.m. And so in the 6th District. And we just want to say that you're just so awesome. And word on the street is that you're not going to be with us that long.
Through August. Not gone yet.
We know, but everybody's hoping that our comments will make you do something different. No. But we just want to say thank you so much for all that you've done for Richmond City. We could not have had the awesomeness that our libraries are without you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
And let me just add to the President's words the importance of public libraries in our city. We recognize that in an increasingly digital world, that books are not seen by many as important as they once were. But I've had the opportunity to visit libraries and know how important holding a book in one's hand really is. We've had the opportunity to renovate 6 libraries with the help of City Council during my administration, and tomorrow we do the second renovation of the main library, and as has been mentioned, we'll tour that at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And so we take great pride in making this announcement and asking persons to recognize this wonderful library month, week, all of these days. We want to celebrate libraries and encourage people to go to the libraries, because when people go to the libraries, there's so much more than just books. People go there for fellowship. They go there to meet other people, go there to search for jobs, employment, to use computers and get connected to the web. Libraries are really important. I've learned that in the last 6 years, how important they really are. And to you, Harriet, we want to commend you on a job well done. All of these renovations have come under your leadership and your guidance, and you certainly have been a jewel to the city of Richmond, and we celebrate your retirement. And I'm not going to ask you to stay, because you need to have some time to enjoy yourself and enjoy life, because you have worked extremely hard, and we congratulate you for a job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to say that you've done a great job in the city of Richmond with the libraries promoting them. And I know that there are so many citizens that come to the libraries. And I know that now that they're open on Sundays, I went by there yesterday and it was packed. The citizens are, and I know that they say, well, can we come because it's in the 8th district? Everybody can come use that library. It's open to everyone. And as Ellen says, she has one in the 6th district too. But anyway, and the 7th, excuse me, all of us are going to have a library, every one of us. And we know that we have the main library right next door. Isn't that right? That's for everybody. But anyway, we just want to thank you for all that you've done. And we don't want you to leave. Please don't leave. I know Mr. Mayor said you could, but we're saying, no, don't go. Stay with us, please.
Thank you. You're good? All right. Congratulations. Thank you. And just let me introduce Brenda Drew, who's chair of the library board, is here, along with Leighton Powell, who's chair of the Friends of the Library, because we don't accomplish much of anything without them. And I think Leighton has a special something.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. The Friends, we just had our book sale over the weekend. We raised money. All the money goes to supplement the money that you give to the library, and we're very proud of that. One of the things we have is a T-shirt. And the Friends would like to give every council member and our mayor a T-shirt which has Friends of the Richmond Public Library on the back. And so I'll be following up with all of you tomorrow to get your preferred sizes. And we also want to give you a membership in the Friends. And we are the organization that is the voice and the heart and just the people who love libraries. And we want to keep that going. And we thank you for everything you do on our behalf. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
And we also have some other library board members and staff members here, if they would just stand, because really the success is due to them. No, I really, I'll just cry. I have thoroughly enjoyed my years in Richmond. And what we have accomplished has been a great deal, but it really has been based on everybody coming together to work and improve the libraries for their neighborhood. So thank you. This was a real surprise. Thank you.
You're in the middle.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Dean.
The next recognition, being presented by Mayor Jones and President Mosby, proclaims April 2015 as Richmond Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Sexual assault impacts our community, as seen by statistics indicating that 1 in 5 women and 1 in 6 men have experienced sexual assault at some point in their lives. Child sexual abuse prevention is a critically important priority to confront, as it is estimated that young people experience higher rates of sexual assault than those ages 12 through 17, are 2.5 times more likely to be victims of sexual assault. It is estimated that 1 in 6 boys and 1 in 4 girls will experience sexual assault by the age of 18. In an effort to further increase public awareness and prevent sexual assault, and thank the many organizations, entities, and individuals that are helping to protect and support our families, Richmond City Council and Mayor Dwight C. Jones hereby proclaim April 2015 to be Richmond Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and invite and encourage the entire Richmond community to do their part in helping to put an end to sexual assault.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Richmond Sexual Awareness Month. Last year, 168 sexual assault cases were responded to by advocates of one of our 6 hospitals. Last year, there were 38 calls to the YMCA hotline for child sexual assault. Last year, there was 547 calls to the hotline for sexual assault. I would employ us to do our best to stop this. The numbers speak for themselves. We have got to step up as citizens and call the hotlines, whatever it is that we need to do as a community to get this to an end. I would suggest that we do. And I want to thank you all for all the work that you do. Richmond is a better place because you're doing the work that help us stay safe in the city. Thank you.
And I want to add just these comments. This month is being declared Richmond Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and we're committed to raising awareness to the psychological and physical aspects of this issue, and we want all of the citizens of Richmond to know that we are all committed to the safety of every resident, and we are working to do our best that we end this kind of sexual violence. And so we thank you for what you do, and we're very, very proud to make this pronouncement tonight. Congratulations.
On behalf of the YWCA of Richmond, we just want to say thank you for acknowledging our efforts. We are embarking on a wide variety of awareness events, so please check our website, which is www.ywcarichmond.org. And our hotline, like you mentioned before, is available 24/7. It's free and confidential, and that number is 804-612-6126. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next recognition being presented by Mayor Jones and President Mosby recognizes the Mayor's Youth Academy RVA Coder Collective team for its outstanding performance in the 2015 For Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology First Robotics Competition Virginia Regional Event. Present to receive the recognition are team members Taman Coleman, Tyler Garrett, Perry Holmes, Najee Iverson, LaDonna Jefferson, Justice Michelle Neeson Ford, Douglas Smith III, Isaiah Timmons, Millicent Turner, and professional mentors Daniel Bartels, Christopher Dovey, Devin McIver, Zane Powell, Michael Rabovuk, Lamont K. Barnes, Coordinator, Lynn-Leah Dozer-Walker, Program Director. The first robotics competition is an international engineering tournament for youth in grades 9 through 12 with the goal of increasing interest and participation in science, technology, engineering, and math. For this competition, youth organize into teams consisting of members, youth from high schools, organizations, and communities. In establishing a team, each group consults with professional mentors from their region who volunteer their time and talent to help guide them as they raise funds, design a team brand, and hone teamwork skills in order to build a robot that will perform specific tasks. The Richmond Mayor's Youth Academy RVA Coder Collective team is co-sponsored by NASA and the nonprofit computer science training organization Code VA. This marks the first time that the Mayor's Youth Academy has entered a team into the first robotics competition, which reflects the outstanding dedication and commitment of all involved. As shining examples of their success in the first robotics competition Virginia region event, the RVA Coder Collective team earned the highest Rookie Seed Award, as well as recognition on the first robotics competition's national forum for their innovation, Whiskerbot robot design. Richmond City Council and Mayor Dwight C. Jones hereby recognize, honor, and celebrate Richmond's Mayor's Youth Academy RVA Coder Collective team and its team members, professional mentors, sponsors, parents, families, friends, and the community for their collective roles in helping to make this performance such a success and bring this to the attention of all Richmond residents.
We're just going to clap because it's youth, 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 yay! This group of young folk represents some of our present and future leaders. And I want to thank you so much for the professional mentors who have given your time, your knowledge, and have made many of these young people a part of your families. This is a great example of community and our community working together. They say what gets celebrated gets repeated. So I celebrate each and every one of you, the youth and the mentors, because it takes both of you with a working relationship to make something happen. And so I'm very excited that you all have become rookie of that word is so, they called me a rookie too. I'm just excited that you're here. Thank you for making this all a success. You're all awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much.
I am so proud of the Mayor's Youth Academy, and I am so proud of the only city first robotics team in the Commonwealth of the state of Virginia. And when you showed me your work and the robot, I had no idea that you were going to bring a prize home. And to be able to stand here tonight and see that you are the highest seeded rookie team makes all of us incredibly proud. And we want to thank each and every one of you for your hard work. And we want to thank the mentors and those who are the directors of this program, and allow you to know that if you continue this, all of you are going to be real rich one day. Because this is the way the country is moving, and your interest in this is going to be a passion that will eventually be very beneficial to all of you. So thank you so much. I want all of the folks who are here from the Youth Academy, the Mayor's Academy, to stand up, and let's applaud these very fine young people for doing the right thing. And also want to recognize Leah Walker for the fine job that she has done in taking the Youth Academy to new levels. And we thank you for your service, Leah. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And we have certificates for you. Is somebody going to tell us what this robot does?
Good evening, Mayor Dwight C. Jones, Madam President, and Vice President Hilbert, who's absent tonight. My name is Lamont Barnes, and I'm the Acting Program Director for the Mayor's Youth Academy. Thank you for recognizing the Mayor's Youth Academy First Robotics RVA Coder Collective team for their accomplishment of receiving the highest Rookie Seed Award at the First Robotics Competition March 19th through the 21st. We would like the Mayor to come forward and receive on behalf of the city not only the trophy that will be displayed, but also a team picture that will go beside it so they would know who the accomplishments. And we also have for council photograph for each council member as well. Again, we thank you for your support, and hopefully we will continue doing great things for the city of Richmond youth. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you.
The next recognition, being presented by Mayor Jones and President Mosby, proclaims the fourth week of April 2015 as Richmond Crime Prevention Rights Week. Being the victim of a crime is a terrible experience that has severe, immediate, and long-term consequences that can cause serious physical, psychological, emotional, and financial harm, and is therefore a clear, present, and direct threat to the life, health, and happiness of all Richmond residents. In 2014, the Commonwealth of Virginia's Richmond Office of the Commonwealth's Attorney Victim Witness Services Program assisted more than 3,453 individuals that were victims of crimes in delivery of their role on behalf of the Virginia Crime Victim and Witness Rights Act in helping to provide victims of crimes with information and referrals. In recognition of this importance, in supporting those who are victims of crime, a National Crime Victims' Rights Week was established by the President of the United States in 1981 in order to help bring awareness of the support of crime victims needed. In support of the healing of victims of crimes and in recognition of the work of the dedication of legal, social services, legislative, and law enforcement entities working together on behalf, Richmond City Council and Mayor Dwight C. Jones hereby proclaim the fourth week of April 2015 as Richmond Crime Victims' Rights Week and bring this to the attention of all Richmond residents that they may support these entities' efforts and those who have been affected.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Richmond Crime Victims' Rights Week, within itself, all I can say is we have a job to do. And our job is to simply help those that have been victims of crime. We're supposed to bring awareness, and we're supposed to ask, how can we help? Sometimes it could be just listening. Sometimes somebody just wants an ear. We have to figure out what our part is and play it. I don't know what it's like to be a victim of crime. I have family members that do. But we have to step out and do our part. And there is a part for everyone to play. There is not just for this young lady and the organization that she represents, but it's a part for all of us to play. And so I would suggest that if it's sharing a plate with them, it may just be understanding and helping them get the services that they need. I'm asking us to just please support our communities. It's time for us as a community to help people heal, rise, and shine again, okay? These awarenesses that we're having to deal with, it blows my mind. It really does. It really, really blows my mind. And so I'm hoping that as a community, we'll begin to get more involved in all of the things that our sisters and our brothers may be going through. Thank you.
It's unfortunate that we have as a part of the tapestry of our community the fact that crime does exist. And when a crime is committed, there are persons that are affected directly and indirectly. And it's important for us to have this week of awareness so that we can bring attention to the fact that there are persons who are hurting and there are persons who need to be healed, to be strengthened in our community. And so the work that you do is so important because we want to make sure that our victims turn into victors, that our victims turn into persons who are strengthened because they know that they're not in this thing by themselves. So thank you for the work that you're doing, and we encourage all of the citizens of Richmond to become involved in that work as well. Thank you so much.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Jones, Madam President, and members of City Council. I'm Kiana Perkins, Director of the Victim Witness Services Unit, and I just want to say thank you for your continued efforts in supporting us in our unit, and I ask that the community join us for our week-long and planned events for next week, and you can find more details on everything that we have planned on our Facebook page at RVA Victim Witness. Thank you. Thank you.
The next recognition being presented by President Mosby and Mayor Jones proclaims April the 3rd as Richmond Liberation Day. April the 3rd, 2015 marks the 150th anniversary of the liberation of Richmond, Virginia from rebel forces by the United States of America, which heralded the end of the U.S. Civil War. Claimed by insurgents and occupied as their capital from May 30th, 1861 to April 3rd, 1865, Richmond was used as their political operations center, military headquarters, transportation hub, and warfare industrial complex, serving as a critical source of weapons, manpower, munitions, and supplies. Their occupation of Richmond came shortly after their attack on the United States of America at Fort Sumter, South Carolina on April 12, 1861, which marks the start of the U.S. Civil War. Fearing the impeding approaching of the United States military, the rebel forces occupying Richmond fled on April 2, 1865, setting fire to the city in their retreat. On April 3, 1865, the United States military entered the city and liberated Richmond, extinguishing flames and fleeing its residents from years of turmoil, conflict, and the institution of slavery. The next day, April 4, 1865, President Abraham Lincoln arrived in Richmond to help its healing and restoration and stayed in the area until April 8, 1865. The very next day, April 9, 1865, the leading rebel force surrendered to the United States of America, effectively ending the war. This victory by and for the United States of America resulted in the preservation of our nation and the end of slavery, the institution of slavery in our country. Coming at great human cost, the war produced more than 1 million casualties, including more than 600,000 lives, which far exceeds the total loss of Americans from all other U.S. wars. In recognition of this historic event, Richmond City Council Mayor Dwight C. Jones hereby proclaim April 3rd as Richmond Liberation Day and encourages everyone to, with malice towards none, visit sites and participate in many activities held in and around Richmond that commemorate this event and the ending of the U.S. Civil War.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We all know that Richmond is a very special place. And so with that said, we are just actually celebrated on April 3rd This day, we cashed a check that was long overdue. On this day, we gave a voice to 150 years of quiet dignity. On April 3rd, we celebrated the triumph of just cause. And on that day, we remember so that we can forgive. Our Constitution begins with "we, the people," and the liberation of Richmond restored our country and freed all of our people, so all may enjoy life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that's all I wanted to say about April 3rd. Thank you so much.
The next recognition being presented by Councilman Balaus recognizes Ms. Mary Jane Hogue for her years of leadership and service to our community. Joining historic Richmond 33 years ago, Mary Jane Hogue served the last 8 years as its executive director. During her long tenure with historic Richmond, Ms. Hogue earned a solid reputation for her boundless energy and enthusiasm, and for her ability to build relationships and friends that resulted in establishing more partnerships, increasing attendance at events, and building more advocates on behalf of Richmond's important architecture. Including in her long list of accomplishments and accolades is her work that helped to rescue the National Theater, which was saved from demolition, and her work with the Patterson Chute House, one of the few remaining 18th century houses in the area. Richmond City Council hereby recognize, honor, and celebrate Ms. Hogue on the occasion of her retirement as Executive Director of Historic Richmond, thanks her for her dedication to our community, and brings her service to the attention of all Richmond residents that they may join in applauding her for her work on behalf of our city.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd just like to say that Mary Jane has been a longtime friend, and she has dedicated her life to preserving the historic integrity of the city of Richmond. I wanted to read a quote from the Historic Richmond Foundation website, that they're dedicated to keeping Richmond of tomorrow unique and distinct from every other city on earth. And Mary Jane has been a big part of that. The foundation was formed in 1956, and anybody knows the history of planning in the city knows that we've got decades of really poor decisions in our planning in our neighborhoods. And Historic Richmond Foundation has been very important in preserving many areas from Jackson Ward to Churchill, the St. John's Church, buildings around Capitol Square, just across the street, Old City Hall. I believe they were going to tear down and put up a parking garage. And today it's one of the best examples of Gothic architecture anywhere in the country. And Mary Jane has dedicated herself to that mission, and even though she has retired, I know for a fact that she will not just go quietly into the night. She is going to do it for free for some reason now, and through her volunteer efforts. But we could not have done anywhere near to the saving of Richmond without your help and the foundation, and we're so happy to honor you tonight.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity to just simply to acknowledge your incredible work in the city for more than 3 decades as a district that has some of the most spectacular architectural inventory in the city. I know there are others, but especially in my district. I just wanted to thank you for your dedication and commitment to preserving the architectural integrity of many of our sites throughout our community, and to, again, just thank and appreciate you for the work you've done. And now that I hear you're not really retiring, I know that I can look forward to you working with us to continue to do so, but just really want to express my sincere thanks and appreciation.
Congratulations.
I would be remiss not to say nothing happens alone, nothing happens in silos. So the people that really need to get the thanks is everyone sitting at City Council and so many of the administrators sitting in the audience tonight, because your doors were always open. You always saw a positive. We always worked towards solutions. We didn't talk about the negatives. We talked about moving forward together to find solutions in the most positive ways possible. So it is you, all of you, that I thank for always having your doors open. Thank you.
The next recognition being presented by Councilman Bilals proclaims April the 24th as Richmond Armenian Remembrance Day. Located in the beautifully picturesque and mountainous South Caucasus region of Eurasia in the north of Western Asia, the Republic of Armenia is a country with a long, important history and proud, resilient people. April the 24th, 1915, is recognized as a date that marked the beginning of the Armenian genocide, which included the mass slaughter of more than 1.5 million Armenians by the Ottoman Empire government and the forced deportation of countless others. April 24th, 2015 is the 100th anniversary of the Armenian genocide and serves as a tragic reminder of this horrific event. Richmond is proud to include many residents of Armenian descent who are an important part of our business, faith, and cultural communities. Richmond City Council hereby pronounces and proclaims the day of April 24th as Richmond Armenian Remembrance Day in commemoration of the 100th anniversary of the Armenian genocide, and bring this to the attention of all Richmond residents.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's believed that the first Armenian came to America, to Jamestown, around 1618. So the Armenian community has been in America a very long time. And the St. James Armenian Church is in my district on Patterson Avenue. They broke ground for that church in 1956. They formed earlier, but they went to their current location in 1956. And they did what every good Richmonder does. A year or two later, they started a food festival, which is still going. It's the oldest food festival in the city of Richmond, 57 years this September. So this award is an important, or this recognition is an important milestone because it teaches us a history lesson that a lot of us don't know much about, but it also reminds us the value of tolerance and understanding other cultures and religions, and being cognizant of how important that is, whether you are an Armenian, an American, or from any other country. And even though this is a somber remembrance of a dark time in Armenian history, I think it's important that we recognize the contributions that the Armenian community makes here in Richmond, and to our culture and to our business and to our faith community. And we are a little bit awkward to applaud, but we thank you for being such a valuable part of Richmond community.
Thank you. Madam President, City Council, our friend John Blouse. I want to introduce some of our community here. This is Rob Norris. He's chairman of the Parish Council of St. James Armenian Church. Sona Pomfret, she is chairman of the Armenian Genocide Committee for Central Virginia for this year. And behind me are members of the St. James Armenian Church who came down here to be with us today. My name is Bedros Bandazian. I am with the Armenian National Committee of Virginia. First of all, we would like to thank again the city of Richmond, who is a haven. All of us were descendants of survivors. 100 years ago, what you see happening in the Middle East today, where Christians are being decimated, churches being decimated because of one's faith or minority in a larger population, we're witnessing again. As Pope Francis said yesterday at the Mass at the Vatican, and I know you've been seeing that on the TV. It's a crime that was not recognized, and unfortunately, when crimes are not recognized, they continue because there's no consequence. This is man's inhumanity to man. It's not only Armenians. The Holocaust is of the Jews, but all inhumanity to man. Today, we talked about violence, even in our city. One person being killed is a crime. 1.5 million is a genocide. We want to thank you for recognizing this. Sometimes it's forgotten, but if we don't learn these lessons of the past, how can we rectify the future? We must learn what happened and the mistakes of the past so that we can move forward and prevent this kind of a crime against humanity. Thank you very much on behalf of the Armenian community of Richmond. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes our awards and presentations for this evening.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please call the list of citizen comments period speakers, please.
The first speaker is Darlene Richardson. Darlene Richardson. The next speaker is Reginald Reeves. Reginald Reeves.
My name is Reginald Reeves, and I live in the east end of Richmond, the 7th District. And why I'm here is because of a situation that I've been twice involving water runoff on my property. And a third time I've been into the COO's office and spoke to Ms. McQueen. And she said if I did not hear anything for her to call her back, but haven't phoned. But since then, I've heard from someone affiliated with the city saying that there is some problems, I believe, with your finance department, and a lot of records or something are misplaced or something like that sort of thing. I understand you have a problem getting your budget out. So why I'm here now, because my tax situation. I'm usually about a year behind on my taxes, and I went to pay my 2014 taxes, and I was told I hadn't paid 2013. And I have a lot 30 by 130 and another lot 130 by 130 with a house on it. And obviously they say I didn't pay the taxes on the house and lot. I was dealing with a PRC. I think y'all had a collection agency here. And Harris and Harris of Chicago were downstairs. And I remember approaching the ladies after I paid. Obviously, I paid part of the, they said I paid part of the 2013 taxes. After I paid, approached some ladies with Harris and Harris. And I asked them, was everything okay? Had I paid everything? And I got a yes. I'm a little lost on it. I'm sorry, I'm a little lost on the dates. But and then I remember a young lady after a political event you had. She was talking about her grandmother not living too far from me in the 25th and Fairmount Avenue area, and of course, all the bond securities buying up all the property in that area. And they wanted her home, and she refused to sell. So some kind of way, delinquent taxes popped up. The lady ended up refinancing her home to save her home. So I said, wait a minute, I wonder if there's a pattern here, because a lot of black people in the area of Bon Secours Hospital and Church Hill are losing their property very fast. A lot of those are senior citizens, and they move into this home you built at 1208 North 28th Street. Samantha, I cannot pronounce his name, Samantha, senior citizen. I think he's right now current head of your Redevelopment Housing Authority, and he's with the Virginia Department of Development Association, which seems to be a conflict of interest. But a lady I met in the laundromat, she was upset because she had the place wasn't a year old. The refrigerator went bad, her food went bad. They replaced the refrigerator, but they would not replace the food. But the upsetting thing was, she said...
You have 30 seconds. Okay. Please begin to summarize.
30 seconds. Okay. She said the upsetting thing was that the fire alarm kept going off in his senior home. They turned the fire alarm off. And a friend of mine with the fire department, he said they're not supposed to do that. The only way they can do that if they have somebody patrolling every 30 minutes, 24 hours a day. And so those people are somewhat, I don't, they seem to be intimidated.
Up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, those are all of the speakers that we have.
Dr. Newbill?
Yes, Madam President. If possible, if there could be someone from the administration who could speak with Mr. Reeves in relationship to this real estate tax matter,
yes,
and see if that could be helpful.
Ms. Kimberly Cowell, can you raise your hand? Mr. Reeves, can you? Ms. Cowell is in the back. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes, would you like to move on to review of amendments to tonight's agenda?
Can we call Ms. Richardson's name just again?
I'm sorry?
Can you call Ms. Richardson's name just?
Oh. Okay. Ms. Darlene Richardson. Darlene Richardson, present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to the review of the amendments to tonight's agenda.
Amendments to tonight's agenda are as follows. Item 1, ordinance number 2014-131 will be continued to the Monday, April 27th council meeting. Item 2, ordinance number 2014-221 will be amended and continued to the Monday, May 11th council meeting later this evening. Item 3, ordinance number 2015-20 will be continued to the Monday, May 11th council meeting. Item 5, ordinance number 2015-50 will be continued to the Monday, April 27th council meeting. Item 6, ordinance number 2015-51 has been moved to this evening's consent agenda. Item 7, resolution number 2013-R254 will also be continued to the Monday, April 27th council meeting. Item 9, resolution number 2014-R150 will be continued to the Monday, June 8th council meeting. Item 10, resolution number 2015-R20 will be continued to the Tuesday, May 26th council meeting. Item 15, ordinance number 2015-35 will be continued to the Monday, June 8th council meeting. Item 16, resolution number 2014-R184 will be continued to the Monday, April 27th council meeting. Madam President, those are all of tonight's agenda amendments.
Thank you. Does any other council member have any additional amendments? Ms. Trammell. Madam Clerk, I believe we're looking at resolution number 2014-R149.
Yes, I believe Ms. Trammell had a question as to whether or not we will be handling that on the consent agenda.
Right.
And I advised her that we would be. Her other resolution, 2014-R150, will be continued to the Monday, June 8th council meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Would you now like me to call the question?
Yes, ma'am.
I will need a motion to accept the amended agenda as presented. Councilmember Graziano, will you make that motion?
So moved, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bilals, will you second that motion?
Second.
Council is voting on this evening's agenda amendments as presented. Mr. Bilals?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Mr. Samuels?
Aye.
Ms. Robertson?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
President Mosby?
Aye.
The amended agenda is before you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you please provide a review of the items on tonight's consent agenda.
Yes. The consent agenda items for tonight are as follows. Item 4, ordinance number 2015-36 to accept $1,900 from the Office of the Attorney General of Virginia to transfer $190 in matching funds, and to appropriate the total to the Department of Police for the purpose of providing a grant to the department to administer the Triad Crime Prevention for Seniors Grant Program. Item 6, ordinance number 2015-51, to amend ordinance number 2014-188-173, which closed the public use and travel a portion of Lewis Street for the purpose of modifying certain terms and conditions upon which the portion of right-of-way was closed. Item 8, resolution number 2014-R149, to impose enhanced speeding penalties and to authorize the placement of signs on the portion of Chapel Drive located between McGuire Drive and Hopkins Road. Item 11, resolution number 2015-R21, to request that the CAO cause to be conducted a study concerning the use of internet lodging services in the city to accommodate visitors to Richmond participating in or attending the upcoming U.S.A. 2015 Road World Championships, and whether any amendments to the city's laws and regulations are necessary to address any issues created by the rental of real property through internet lodging services. Item 12, resolution number 2015-R23, to amend the resolution which designates which council members serve on the standing committees of council and the various boards, commissions, and committees to which council members are appointed for the purpose of appointing a council member to serve on the Maggie L. Walker Initiative Citizens Advisory Board. Item 13, resolution number 2015-R24, to approve $500 from the council district funds for the 6th district to make a donation to Girls for a Change's 2015 Date with Dad Dinner and Dance. Item 14, resolution number 2015-R25, to express support for the efforts of the Commonwealth Council on bridging the nutritional divide to address childhood hunger in Virginia. Those are all of tonight's consent agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now have a public hearing on the consent agenda items. Are there persons in the audience who wish to speak in opposition of any of the items on the consent agenda? Are there persons in the audience that wish to speak in favor of any items on the consent agenda? Bring it back to council for discussion. Madam Clerk, please call the question.
Council is voting on tonight's consent agenda items as presented. Mr. Balaus?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Mr. Samuels? Ms. Robertson?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
President Mosby?
Aye.
Those papers have been adopted.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's move on to the regular agenda.
Madam President, we have no regular agenda items with the agenda
Madam Clerk,
amendments.
give me just a moment. Ms. Trammell?
That's all right, Madam President.
You sure?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Thank you.
Let's move on to the regular agenda.
Yes, we have no regular agenda items with the agenda amendments that have been approved. Would you like to move forward to the budget-related public hearing for items 17 through 44?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The budget-related papers are as follows. Item 17, ordinance number 2015-40, and items 18 through 44, which include ordinance numbers 2015-52 through 2015-78. Madam President, that concludes tonight's reading of the budget-related items 17 through 44.
Thank you. We will now have a public hearing on the budget-related papers 17 through 44 on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are we calling for the persons that...
Yes, we have had some individuals who have signed up to speak for the budget-related items. So if individuals who wish to speak on any of the budget-related papers consisting of items 17 through 44 on tonight's agenda, if you could form a line at the podium, and I will call the names of individuals who have signed up who will be allowed to speak first. So if these individuals would come to the front of the line, please. That being Michael or Frandy. No, that individual has not come in. Maxwell Posner, Anthony Pasilio, William Pantley, Charlotte Hayer, Sergeant Paul Klein, and Brad Nixon. And just so there's clarity, there'll be two budget hearings. This budget hearing is going to be strictly for items 17 through 44. Items 40 5 and 46. The public hearing for those two papers will be held after this, and there are two other individuals who have signed up for that, just for clarification.
Thank you. So the line that we have are the 2 through 9 on our sheet?
Yes, there should be Maxwell Posner at the beginning,
Yes.
Anthony Pacilio, William Pantley, Charlotte Hayer, Sergeant Paul Klein, and Brad Nixon.
Okay.
And if you would come forward and state your name for the record, please.
Okay. City Council members, Madam President, my name is Maxwell Posner. I am a resident of the 5th Voter District and the current Vice President of the James River Outdoor Coalition. JROC is a nonprofit and steward of the James River Park System started in 1997. And our mission statement is to provide resources to complete improvements in the James River Park System and to educate and advise others on park issues in partnership with the Richmond Recreation and Parks Foundation. Our ranks are made up of park users ranging from whitewater paddlers to rock climbers to mountain bikers. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of my organization and all Richmonders who love the James River Park System. The James River is the beating heart of our city, and the park system is our city's centerpiece. Seeing over 900 visitors last year, it is safe to say that most everyone in the city loves the river and feels a special draw to it. It is estimated by the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation in their Virginia Outdoors Plan that the average park goer will spend $16 per visit to the park, be it on snacks, beverages, gas, etc. This means last year's park visitation had a $14.4 million impact on the city's economy. That is a significant economic stimulus to be derived from a 600-acre park. There are many reasons why we love the park, whether you are swimming with your dog at 42nd Street, kayaking through the Hollywood Rapid, having the time of your life on a commercial rafting trip, rock climbing at Manchester Wall, or simply soaking up the Senate Bell Isle. The park system never disappoints. But we are disappointing our park system. 5 full-time park staff and a supervisor currently take care of the 600-acre park that was impacted by over 900,000 people last year. These 5 staff members, assisted by a couple of seasonal staff members each summer, are not adequate in number to protect and enhance every park access, paint over each piece of new graffiti, or remove all of our trash and recycling at an adequate pace. The park's usage has now begun to increase with the changing of the seasons, and the few full-time staff we do have are in a constant struggle to keep up with the wear and tear that we as park users inevitably impart on the park. They maintain miles of trail, sort through piles of recycling, fix and build countless bridges, and help us to better experience and enjoy the unique urban wilderness that is our park system. I ask you today to please consider expanding the budget to give our park staff more year-round help so that we and all tourists who visit our city can enjoy a park system widely known as the best urban park in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, other City Council members. My name is Charlotte Hayer, and I'm currently serving as President of the Richmond Education Association, which is located on Saunders Avenue. Tonight, we're asking you to amend the mayor's budget to fully fund the school's request. In 2009, the per-pupil K-12 funding was $5,039, and in 2014, it was $4,250. In 2009, our general fund budget was $269.6 million. There were 3,391 full-time employees and 21,834 students. In 2015, the general fund budget is $262.6 million, which is $7 million less, and there are 3,099 full-time employees, which is not 291 fewer, 22,121 students, which is 287 more. Our school board budget does include reductions in many areas, including positions and retirement and operations and maintenance. In order to move our district forward, we must improve in critical areas that have been shared with you previously in our academic improvement plan. We must create schools that provide all of our students with learning opportunities and environments that enrich their lives, no matter what their zip code is or how much money their parents make. 72.3% of our students receive free and reduced lunch, which requires additional resources. RPS is one of the highest in the state of Virginia. 19% of our total enrollment is special needs, which is 50% greater than the state average. We have a growing English as a second language population. It is time for us to make a bigger investment in our students and our schools, make them a priority. It is time for us to give our children real hope It's time to put our money where our mouths are. It's time for us to give Richmond kids a great public school, no matter where they live, what zip code they live in, or the wealth of our parents. It's time to give our kids what they deserve in Richmond, which is great public schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Paciello. I'm the president of the Richmond Coalition of Police. Madam President and council members, thank you for taking the time to listen to us. Unfortunately, once again, we stand in front of you to battle over our pay raises, and I'm here to tell you that the proposed pay plan that is put before you is not well received by the officers. The officers that have been here and done the hard work and have made the change to this city in the direction where you and the community wants it to go towards. We've had events here lately that have happened, and it's been said that change is going to come to Midlothian Turnpike. And I find it hard to believe that you can tell someone who's going to get an 8% or 1% raise to go out there and do those changes. There's a huge event coming, a worldwide event. It's been said it's a feather in the mayor's cap for bringing this here, and yet you're going to send officers out there without a step increase that they deserve to stand there for 12 hours. They might not get a bathroom break, but they're going to come back the next day. I hope that you think about that. I think you can find the money for 2016 to go ahead with that step, to make the difference now. Don't put it off, because there is a distrust in whether or not 2017 will really happen, because it's happened in the past where it's been taken away when it said it's going to come again. Think about it. We are a Tier 1 city. Let's be a Tier 1 city and make those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pantley, if you will. Just as a reminder, council's rules of procedure only allow applauses during the awards and presentations portion of the meeting. Thank you.
Or when I'm speaking. No. Madam President, Mr. Vice President, members of council, good evening. I'm Bill Pantley, and I'm here on behalf of the Richmond Coalition of Police. RCOP has about 230 members from police officer 1 through the lieutenant level. So in other words, these are your street cops, constables on patrol. That's what it stands for. They do the community policing. They respond to your radio calls. They come to your meetings. They do all the things that make us so proud, makes you so proud, and they do a great job. You know, the news around the country is pretty tough about relations between communities and their police force. And isn't it something that in Richmond, Virginia, we haven't had a lot of that? Why? It isn't because of some high politician or some general. It's about the experience, the training, the talent, the commitment, the longevity of your police officers. The question is whether or not we're going to continue with that, quite frankly, because we are at a crossroads. All of your police officers, at least from 10 years on in and longer, were hired under an arrangement where their pay has two components: steps representing each year of sworn service and a career development plan that takes them through 5 levels of rank. Because they had that system guaranteed, they were exempted from the city pay plan. But then something happened. 5 out of the last 6 years, that step has not been provided. You can call it a moratorium, you can call it taking, or not granting. 5 out of 6 years. There is not a teacher, there is not an administrative staff member, there's not a council staff member that has actually lost years of service. But every police officer and firefighter has 5 out of the last 6 years. Frankly, it's a travesty, and it's got to stop. These decisions have affected your police officers and their families very, very deeply. Instead of having competitive pay, which you would have had, what you have now is greater compression and vast numbers of your patrol officers
You have 30 seconds.
making thousands of dollars less than what they should have been. The pay plan before you makes some starting pay adjustments. That's a good thing. But it proposes freezing the pay plan again. 6 out of 7 years. What kind of signal are you sending to your police officers and to the communities they serve? Please don't do that. Do the step. Find the money. We'll help you and we'll thank you and restore the career development plan for 2017. Losing either the step or career development works against our interests in the city of Richmond. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've noticed that persons are getting in line that were not called on the paper, and that's okay. I'm just trying to find out if there are others that want to speak, if you can line up so we can have an idea of what that number is going to look like in the line. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam President, council members. My name is Sergeant Paul Klein. I guess you can tell by the way I'm dressed, I'm an employee of the Richmond Police Department. I'm actually burning my vacation time to be here to talk to you. This is when I'm supposed to be working, but I'm burning my personal time because this is a very important issue to me. I'm a newly appointed supervisor, promoted supervisor in this department. I've been a sergeant for a couple of months. And it's been a really big honor for me to be able to supervise the guys I used to work beside, answer radio calls with. The issue I've seen is the morale in the department. And it's because they show up to work every single day. And supervisors like myself ask them to put their well-being on the line. And they're not able to provide for their families in a way that actually lets them see their families and enjoy time with them. And it's really difficult in a month where we've had our officers shot at and we've had our officers forced to use their weapons to defend themselves, to constantly tell them that no matter how long they've been here, how hard they've worked, and how many times they've sacrificed for you and the people in this room, that they're still worth what they were 6 years ago or more. And it's really hard for me as a supervisor in this department to constantly ask them to produce more for you and for the people of this city, which is what we've been doing for you consistently for years. The crime certainly is a lot lower in this city than it was when our pay freezes began. All I'm asking is to think about the people standing in this room and the people that are working right now, like my shift, that I'm taking time away from to talk to you. Think about what they do for you every night. How many nights they're not seeing their family because they're working overtime, they're working off duty, and they're working extra duty. How many nights they're going to be working consecutively in September when the city is celebrating, they will be working. Think about that. Because I guarantee you every time my guys show up for work on my shift, that's what they're thinking about. And they still have to go out and work. And they still have produced for you every single night, every single year. All they ask is that you recognize the hard work they've done and they're going to continue to do. But I promise you this, if you fail to recognize that, at a certain point, those of us that have been working so hard for you these many years, we're going to stop showing up. And we're going to take those talents
30 seconds.
somewhere else. And this city is going to stop the progress that it's made these last years. And I don't think anybody in this room wants that. But it's coming unless you guys allow us to continue to keep working for you in the exemplary manner we've done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Officer Brad Nixon. I'm also a board member with the Richmond Coalition of Police. I'm a detective. I've been with the police department for 12 years now. First, I want to thank each and every one of you. In the last several weeks, including the last couple of years, you guys have made the time to meet with us one-on-one individually and kind of discuss what this pay plan means, because as difficult it is for you to maybe understand, it's just as difficult for us. It's very convoluted and complex, and that's why we kind of wanted you guys to understand what it means to us individually. Every one of the officers that I'm speaking for today, the hundreds of the Richmond Coalition of Police Officers. We have one of the greatest departments in the country. We really do. We're diverse, we're well-trained, we're highly educated, and we're hardworking. In short, we are professionals. However, we are far from being compensated like professionals, especially when compared to our surrounding jurisdictions. We as a city fail to be competitive with. When you fail, that is an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to us, and it's an embarrassment to the city. For myself, as a 12-year veteran officer, I make $10,000 less than my counterpart in Chesterfield or Henrico. People wonder, why do you stay? I have military experience. Many of the officers have, like myself, have college education. We stay because we like the city. We like the residents that we work for. We like the interaction that we have, and we like working in a big city. But people are tired, they're frustrated, they're angry. When this came out, supervisors were ducking because when they had to say the amount of pay raise that they were getting over the next year, which basically, when you boil it down to a majority of the people that are affected by this, doesn't pay for a cup of coffee a day. It's literally close to $2.28 after taxes when you break it down per day. And that's for someone who's gone without a raise 5 out of the last 6 years. We've constantly come before you guys. You guys admit, especially when talking with us, that it is a problem, that you guys hear us, that you listen to our financial struggles. I've opened up personally about my financial situation, as I know you've received some emails from some of the officers that have also. And that's just there's 10 times more of those officers that are working in the street. Some are in this room that are facing those same issues. We're not looking to become rich. We all knew when we became police officers and worked for city government that it was more of a calling, not a job where we would get rich. We're just asking to be even somewhat remotely competitive with our surrounding jurisdictions, what other officers in our career field do, and how they are paid. I ask you to please consider this pay proposal, because it is a slap in the face to every officer in here when we saw this, and somebody's getting a 0.8% pay raise after 6 years. That is very frustrated, and I hope that you guys will listen to our individual conversations that we had in the last couple weeks. You'll bring back one of the step pay increases, step plans for this year, and not put it off again until next year. And I'll be up here, standing here, saying the same thing. Or maybe I won't. I'll leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Mosby and City Council. I am in opposition of the mayor's budget also because it does not directly address our children's education, and I recommend amending this budget. First, I need some understanding to why in the budget is there a new Dove Elementary School allocated for $18.3 million when there are other schools older and are in desperate need of repairs. But the real deal is new schools need to be built. This will save money. When Delegate McQuinn and Senator Watkins introduced the bill to set aside funds for constructing schools, that was the correct thing to do. But everyone at the local level wanted to be in control. I see today you are not even caring about our schools or the education of our students. I would encourage our state government to put that back on the floor next year. I am in disagreement of a mutual agreement progress in reducing 9,300 empty seats for $10 million to jumpstart the improvement plan of the new superintendent. These 9,300 empty seats did not surface within this year, but Richmond Public School Academy Improvement Plan is now based on negotiating for our children's education. As I'm speaking, the school board is right now trying to close schools and rezone them. And they were the ones who improperly rezoned those schools. Schools are overcrowded in the south side, and now they're ready to put them in trailers. We have a superintendent who agreed to stay, and now he cannot implement his plan. I think it is unacceptable for any government leadership. I heard everyone say up here before, oh, we care about our children. But, Madam President, in your district, a school just shut down, Elcott, due to mold. I was pretty upset about that because, you know, I have 2 nieces who live on your block who has to go all the way over to another school that was closed due to whatever. It was accredited school, but you closed it just like it was not accredited school. Now they're going to be rerouted to Thompson next year. I've read the mayor's letter that extra tools were in the budget to help mitigate poverty. We do not need to mitigate poverty. We need to reduce the persons living in poverty. Reducing poverty means increased education, full-time work, increased marriage, and reduced family size. So tell me what the Poverty Task Force is doing up here.
30 seconds.
What has done to create public schools to make them strong? The introduction of body cameras was 3 years ago. And now in your budget, your F-16 budget, $4,000 and $1,000 for body cameras. For FY17, you have $561,000, totaling $962,000. So does that mean education matters, or a complete filling of body cameras for our police department? We as the community needs to start looking at who represent our children's future in the city of Richmond and vote that way in our elections. Education is not political. It is principle. We noticed once in the chair we're not interested in our community district, just certain constituents. Then we want greater to our expectations to delegates and senates when you did nothing on the level you came into office. Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you please state your name for the record, Ms. White?
Mariah White.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Carrie Treadway. I am a city resident and have been teaching kindergarten and first grade for Richmond Public Schools for the past 12 years. I'm also a recent recipient of the RAB Award for Teaching Excellence. I'm here to speak to you tonight about the importance of fully funding the school board's budget. Our city needs to begin making education a top priority. We need to recognize the importance of providing equal opportunities for all of our students. The majority of our schools serve a high number of low-income students, English language learners, and students with other special needs. Concentrated student poverty in schools generates greater needs, which requires resources that support effective programs and strategies. Dr. Bedden and the school board have created an academic improvement plan which specifically outlines the direction our school system will take over the next 3 years. It establishes structures, protocols, and guidance for increasing the academic success for all of our schools. I truly believe we are at the brink of greatness, but we need your support. Our schools have suffered from budget cuts for far too long. We have operated on a bare-bones budget for too many years. The fact that we are still operating on a pre-recession budget is unconscionable. I have seen my class size grow from an average of 17 to upwards of 28. We have seen our supply budget slashed, field trips cut, and tutorial programs eliminated. There is no longer money in the budget to provide teachers reimbursements for required professional development, and to top it off, we have not had a real pay increase in years. I applaud the mayor for including a 2% raise for city employees, but question why teachers were not included. Tonight, I stand before you as a teacher, a taxpayer, a voter, and a mother. Right now, I must confess that I am at a crossroads. I must decide if my son will attend Richmond Public Schools once he is ready for kindergarten. This is something that plagues my heart because I love this city. However, how can I, in good conscience, put my son in a school system that has been consistently underfunded and treated as an afterthought for years? In the 12 years I've worked in this system, I've had the opportunity to work with some of the most dedicated and talented teachers in a variety of settings, only to watch them leave one by one for the counties. You have the power to change the tide. By making the decision to fully fund Dr. Bedden's budget, you can send a strong statement to all of our employees, parents, and citizens of Richmond that this is the start of a new era. It is time to invest in our students, our schools, our community, and our future. Thank you.
I'm sorry, let me remind you again, please, that applause is only permitted during the awards portion of the meeting, which has already been had. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President and members of City Council. My name is Annie Campbell. I am a resident of the city, 7th District, and I am in my 25th year of teaching for Richmond Public Schools and was a Richmond Public School mother as well. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your service. We're all in the same business, public service, and I'd like each of you to know that you have a teacher that is proud of your service. Each of you is part of a teacher that you had. You are part of her story, and she or he is part of your story. I was struck by the invocation tonight. What was invoked was a spirit of love, a spirit of excellence, and a spirit of unity. Think what we can do together. I don't envy you. I know the constraints of budgets. But what I want to say is that data and spreadsheets give a snapshot. It takes imagination to have a vision. We've brought a new leader to lead the schools. We've charged him to have a vision with imagination for something new. He has answered that with an academic plan. If we truly are about vision and imagination, we have to find a way to fund that plan and give academic improvement a chance. We're in this together. I don't know how to do it, but I know that it will take a spirit of love, a spirit of excellence, and a spirit of unity. Thank you.
Madam President, City Council members, my name is Marco Ragland. I attended Richmond Public Schools for 1 year before my mother had to take me out of them and send me to live with my grandmother in the county to receive a proper education. I'm 30 years old. Even at that time, I went to Overby Shepherd. If anybody knows that school, it's right next to Old Dove Court. We didn't have walls in our classroom. We had chalkboards separating our classes. My second grade teacher hit me repeatedly with a stapler and some other things and eventually was fired. The underfunding of Richmond Public Schools is completely absurd. I've watched my family members who still live in the districts, grown up with them, watched them develop, and been extremely saddened by what I see. And the poor education in the city is costing the entire city in the long run tremendously, much more than what it would take to maybe fund them a little bit more and get better results. I heard about this meeting yesterday and decided I had to come. I'm currently attending college, and this is so important to me. I'm missing an important class right now, but this had to be said, and I can make up the work. But please give the Richmond City Schools at least I've read this paper, at least what they received in 2009. Please, they need it, and by far you will be rewarded in the long run. Thank you.
Madam President, Mr. Vice President, members of council, good evening. My name is Charlie Dirador. I live in the 2nd District. I've come this evening to beseech you to pay these police officers what they're worth. Officer Paciello, did you ask the members of the Richmond Police Department to stand up? Could you please? These, ladies and gentlemen, are but a few of those who put on a bulletproof vest and strap on a gun belt every day and protect us. I've always been emotional about this issue. I've talked about this since 2012. And I'm emotional about it because these men and women protect us every day and every night. They run radio calls. They run accident calls. If a traffic cop is backed up, another officer is called in to take that accident call. They're elastic. They do all the work that they're asked. And all they're asking for you this year is to amend this budget so that they can afford to feed their families, so that they can afford the health insurance that's gone up for a family of 4 in their pay system by 40%. 40%. And they haven't received a raise in 6 years. I look at the mayor's budget plan, and I've got to tell you, folks, a rookie officer making the same as a man or a woman who's been on the street for 8 years? That's unconscionable. You can do better. I know you can. Thank you so much for your time, your attention, and your dedication to this city. Please find a resolution to this problem, because we are at this time losing officers not only to the counties next to us, but to places far and wide. We cannot afford to lose the experience of these fine women and men that are on our streets day and night. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Madam President, Mr. Vice President, council members, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Ingrid C. Higgins, and I am an RPS first grade teacher at Fairfield Court Elementary School. We are asking for your support and consideration and an abundance of resources to do our job, use our intelligence, our wisdom, sensitivity, kindness, and material things to make it possible for us to nurture the tender children into stable adults who will lead our nation, to transform many of the buds into beautiful flowers, producing bright colors and happiness to all who may encounter them, and have each one of them receive the tools to teach them to be creative, to produce and develop their individual success, personal success in the world. We need your arms around us. We who give so much of ourselves in teaching our youth to strive to grow into responsible and productive citizens. We love, we soothe, and use all of our strength to teach the children in our care when we have given so much of ourselves. We love our profession and admire those who are seeking the same. We are the special people who hold these children and their future in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, members of council, I'm Bruce Tyler, and I'm here tonight because I want to talk about the police and the fire. When I had the opportunity to be on city council, I used to talk about the fact that you have to provide for the people who protect us. And I said we had to do this in lots of different ways. With the fire department, we had to participate by making sure we had smoke detectors in every home that work. We have to have, for the police, community policing, because we know without it we will not have a successful city. We also have to take care of them with the proper equipment. We need to give them the apparatuses they need in order to do their jobs and to do it effectively. But we also have one other thing, that is that as citizens and as members on this body, we have to make sure that we provide for them with the money that they make. Right now, it has been a number of years since they've received a raise, but we have continued to ask them to do the same thing over and over again. It was good to see that in this budget there were some raises, but it's unfortunate that it's being put on the backs of the people who have been with the departments for 8 to 10 years. I ask that you look for ways to fully fund the police and the fire so that we can retain the folks who have protected us for the last 8 to 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council Chamber, members and everybody. I'm a concerned citizen. The word said we're supposed to respect those in positions of authority because God placed them there, right? But how is it humanly possible that you can see these people riding around with that protect and serve on them cars, patrolling neighborhoods? They run a risk daily, right? Because I can speak from experience because I gave them trouble. Then you got education. Now you got children out here with no schools to go to, not being taught. When is the issue of life going to come be concerned? Because the cost of living is going high. And these people do a credible job, way more than credible. And the teachers, they aren't being applauded enough. Who wants a baseball diamond? We barely living in here in Richmond. You know? I mean, it's nonsensical now. You got people over here willing to risk their life on a daily basis. They can't get nothing but a 0.8% raise. That's less than a point. And then these other guys gonna come in there with what, 12%? I mean, God be with you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you please state your name for the record?
Robert Mitchell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Always good to come before you and to see you. Last time I was here, I came to thank you for having the good sense to be the adults in this city government and redirect the mayor's attention for a ballpark away from Chaco Bottom and maybe even away from Richmond City. $80 million he's willing to put in the bottom, but not put in our schools that are falling down all around our children. How idiotic is that? 10 years ago, Richmond was the highest murder capital in America, in the top 5 of all the cities in America per capita. Mayor Wilder asked this council, give him $20 million. Let's outfit our cars, retrofit the police cars with computers. Let's get them additional equipment. Let's fill all the slots. In 15 months under Chief Monroe, the crime rate dropped like a souffle. We got a crisis in education, y'all. Why aren't we funding education? $2 million in addition to last year's budget is all the mayor. That gives hypocrisy a bad name. And so if we can count on you again this time to be the grown-ups in this city, we may have a chance. To this day, we've never had a community conversation that involves all aspects of our community on how we can make our school system better. We need that leadership. We bring a new superintendent here. He comes up with an academic improvement plan. He brings a lot of partners on board. You know improvement is going to cost money. We have to at least fund the vision that he's put in place. I ain't that overwhelmed with what I see in that plan because it lacks the kind of specificity I would like to see. But with community input and these frontline teachers providing information for us, they're always left out. I believe we can get there from here. We can't go another generation. 2 decades we've cheated these children out of an education, which means we've cheated Richmond City out of strong, productive citizens. What you do on this budget will be the signature decision you will make in the next 2 years. We plead with you, be the adults again, take a risk for kids. Thanks.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jewell. Could you just please state your name for the record?
Sorry, I'm Marty Jewell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, I want to say thank you for taking a few seconds and hearing me out. I had not planned on speaking today, but I can't sit here right now and not. You have a difficult job, and I can relate to that. We don't have an unlimited budget. I understand that. I've been with this department in this city for the better part of 7 years now. Let me just take you back a year and paint a picture for you. June 10th, 2014, 3 o'clock in the morning, I was involved in a pursuit behind a stolen vehicle, 1600 block of Lamb Avenue. I exited my patrol car to apprehend this subject, had no idea who was in it or how many people are there. Any weapons or such in the car, no idea. As I steadily make an approach to the car, the suspect hits the gas, comes straight at me. I have my patrol car to my right. I have my partner coming up to the rear. There's nowhere for me to go. I didn't discharge my weapon because I knew bullets are not going to stop a car. I spent the next 4 days in the hospital. As my family looked down, I had to reassure them that I was going to be okay. I'm not taking away anything from educators, administrative personnel, council members, or anyone else. But I don't know of any other line of work, be it other than fire, police, where you are constantly putting your life on the line. When I leave my house, I don't know if I'm going to come home. From June 2013 to June 2014, I worked an accumulated total of 700 hours of off duty just so I could keep my 2 kids in college and maintain my household and make sure that my wife, who I love dearly, didn't have to work every hour of the day. I'll be back at work in 2 months. I've been out for 7. My question to you is, prove to me that
you have 30 seconds.
My sacrifice that I made and the life that I almost gave up that day wasn't for nothing. Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you please state your name for the record?
Kiri Lightfoot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, Vice President Hilbert, and council members. My name is Angela Dews. I'm currently a citizen of Richmond. It's been a long time since I did this, so I'm trying to catch my bearings. Sorry. I'm past president of the Richmond Education Association. I was a teacher in Richmond for 10 years. God had other plans. I am currently a teacher in Henrico County. But like I say, I pay my taxes in Richmond. Right now, Henrico County gives me my paycheck, but my heart belongs here in Richmond with the children of Richmond. I stood before you in my past asking you to fully fund the budget. I have also in the past asked the Richmond School Board to put forth a budget of needs because it was a legal responsibility and obligation. I believe this year they have done just that. They have employed a superintendent who has a vision, who has a plan, who has put a plan before you so you can see where they are going, what they are striving, where they're trying to go. And you don't have to guess, and we don't have to try and figure out and duck and jive and some of the things that we've had to do in the past, just being honest. But I believe if you give him the chance and you give invest in our children in Richmond, that's all we've ever wanted you to do, was to invest in our children, invest in our teachers, invest in our support staff. We're in the same business. I love the policemen of Richmond. I do, because I've had to call them, or I've hit my button by accident, my panic button, and they showed up like Johnny on the spot. I'm not taking anything away from them. And I believe our firemen and our policemen, they do need a raise. But as a teacher, an education employee in Richmond, did not receive a raise for almost 7 years. No steps. Okay, so we're looking at our future here. So we're asking that you will have confidence and fully fund the budget that the Richmond School Board has put before you, because I truly believe they have put forth a budget of need and not just one of a wish list. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is April Wynn, and I want to say good evening, Madam President, Vice President Hilbert, and to the Council. I stand before you today as a parent of 2 RPS students, not only as a parent but also as an employee of RPS, and not only as an employee but an alumni of RPS. I stand also as PTA president of Ginner Park Elementary, and I have come back to the school that I came from. I went to Mary Scott, Ginner Park, Henderson, and John Marshall. Graduated from John Marshall, valedictorian of my class. Went on to U.V.A. on what was a full academic scholarship. But I was not able to do that just through my family. Those opportunities were made possible through the teachers that I encountered along the way, through the education that I received, through the many people such as L. Douglas Wilder, Walter Kinney, and other members of the city who cared and opened those doors for me. I am asking you to fully fund the RPS budget. I have struggled with getting parents into the school to participate, to care about their own children's education. And some of that comes from them feeling as though the members and leaders of our city don't care. How can I ask them to put forward 100% effort when they don't see that coming from the top? Things like that trickle down. How can a principal ask me to put forward 100% effort if I do feel as if that principal doesn't put forth that 100% effort? How can I go into my classroom every day with K through 4 special needs children with 3 adults in the same classroom where the numbers consistently fluctuate from higher to lower continuously throughout the year and ask my students to give me 100% if I don't feel that that's coming from above? How can I ask them to have confidence in you if I'm not sure if I have confidence in you? I want my children to have the same opportunities that were granted to me. I've been a victim of crime. My brother was murdered almost 17 years ago.
You have 30 seconds.
Almost 17 years ago. He didn't get the same education that I got, but what he pushed and instilled in me was to get an education, to look for those doors to be opened, and to use it and to go and to run with it. I want to be able to tell those children the same things. I want them to have the same opportunities. I want them to feel as though the people who run and lead their city care. So I'm asking you to fully fund and show them in this way that you really do truly care, and allow us to begin to continue to advocate for you just as you advocate for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Roderick Bullock. I wasn't going to speak on the behalf of the police department or firemen. I was going to talk more about education, but thinking and sitting back, looking at my cousin that's a fireman that gives his life every day and put his life on the line. Ultimately, I think that they do need a raise, and I think it's atrocious that the rookies are making the same amount of money that the police department have been working. Policemen have been working for 8 years. That's something that needs to be fixed. I mean, we got a broke system, and as I learned throughout the whole entire time of my becoming sick and ill, I learned a lot about the city of Richmond and its dysfunction, a whole lot. And I was oblivious to it at first, but I realize now that we have some serious issues within our city. I love my city with all my heart. And I never thought that we had so many issues, especially if you're not going to pay the police, you're not going to get education straight, you're not going to pay the firemen. And the firemen, and the police got some of the biggest jobs in the city of Richmond, because we still got the element of crime. We got the element of people that's careless, like over in my mother's building. It was 2 fires in that building on yesterday by people just being irresponsible, drunk, falling asleep, and next thing you know, firemen had to come twice. And I mean, legitimate fires. And that's serious. And they got to go up all those stairs, 5 floors, to make sure that everybody in that building is out in a safely manner. And then they got to go find the fire. They may not know it. And ultimately, you know, a lot of the police in harm's way, and ultimately our education. What you don't realize is that our academics and putting money into education is the key to this city to gain revenue. You have over 30-some students that played on Holland Springs football team. Holland Springs football team, over 30.
You have 30 seconds.
That people and family that lived in the city of Richmond, but they moved out the city of Richmond just to go to Holland Springs to play football and to be on the track team. I left. I was 12 years invested in Richmond Public Schools. I left. I went to Highland Springs. I thought I was in the Holy Land. I thought I had lived. I thought I was in heaven. I said, I made it. I'm rich. We got all this equipment. We got everything at my disposal. And we won state championships. That's what it's going to take. You're going to have the athletics.
Thank you.
Is essential. And also education and our policemen and our firemen is essential to the city of Richmond and its success. We have to fund both. Maybe split it or whatever, but we have to do something to make this city a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the budget-related items 17 through 44? The public hearing on budget-related agenda items 17 through 44 is now closed. Madam Clerk, can we move on to items 45 and 46, please?
The remaining two budget-related papers are as follows. Item 45, ordinance number 2015-81, and item 46, ordinance number 2015-82.
We will now have a public hearing on budget-related items 45 and 46. Are there any persons who wish to speak in opposition of the agenda items 45 and 46? Anyone to speak in favor of items 45 and 46?
That's right, Madam President. We have two people who signed up to speak. I'm not sure if they're present.
Okay.
Mary Kay Huss. It's Mary Kay. Okay.
Thank you, Madam President,
yes.
Members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight on behalf of Rebuilding Together of Richmond. My name is Mary Kay Huss. I'm the Executive Director of Rebuilding Together of Richmond. Since 1993, Rebuilding Together has been bringing volunteers and communities together to improve lives and homes of low-income homeowners in our community, senior homeowners. On National Rebuild Day last year, April 26th, we worked on 36 homes with over 800 volunteers in the Churchill neighborhood. We've worked in nearly every district since 1993. This year, in less than 2 weeks, actually, we'll be working on 36 more homes in the Swansboro community. This work couldn't happen without the support of City Council and City Services. After April 25th, we will have provided home repairs and accessibility improvements to 1,057 low-income senior homeowners in our city. However, there's still homeowners on our waiting list that cannot be served on Rebuilding Day and are better served throughout the year. So I ask for your support of our CDBG application that will allow us to serve more senior homeowners and allow them to age in place and receive services throughout the year. Having resources to provide more repairs for roofs and HVA systems through vendors will allow more homes to become made available for our strong model of volunteers that lead our teams and do our home repairs. Thank you for your attention tonight.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Heather Crislip.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Heather Crislip, and I am a resident of the 2nd District, and I serve as President and CEO of Housing Opportunities Made Equal, or HOME, of Virginia. I rise in support of the city's 2015 to 2016 budget for CDBG and HOME block grant dollars. In particular, this support allows HOME to provide critical housing counseling services to provide opportunities to city residents. We counsel hundreds of city residents a year on housing and credit repair issues, and in particular, these funds allow us to provide foreclosure prevention services throughout the city, where we have an 85% success rate in avoiding foreclosure, a home buyer education and pre-purchase counseling for potential first-time home buyers, low to moderate income first-time home buyers, where we have a 96% rate of first-time home buyers still being in their home 5 years later. Money management and credit recovery classes for renters who wish to improve their money management skills and credit to either purchase a home or maintain the stable housing where they are. Rental mobility counseling for housing choice voucher holders seeking to live in low poverty neighborhoods, working to deconcentrate poverty in the city of Richmond, one household at a time. and tenant education through the superior tenant classes held in the community, and landlord-tenant information and referral services for families who are in disputes with their landlords. These funds also provide direct down payment assistance, which passes through Home to provide down payments to low and moderate income residents who are seeking to purchase their first homes in neighborhoods in Bloom neighborhoods and anywhere in the city through the Keystone Citywide Down Payment Assistance Program. And finally, there are funds provided in the city's budget to provide support for our fair housing work to end housing discrimination, which we are tremendously grateful for. Home uses the investment that the City of Richmond has placed with us by attracting additional investments from other municipalities, foundations, and individuals who believe in the benefits of decent, affordable housing options. But we could not do it without the city's support and without your investment through the CDBG and Home budget. And so we are tremendously grateful for your partnership and for the opportunities that you provide to residents through Home. Thank you for this opportunity and for the city's support through CDBG and Home dollars to further our mission to provide equal access to housing for all.
Good evening, Madam President. My name is Greta Harris, and I'm a resident of the 3rd District, and I have the honor of running the Better Housing Coalition. For over 25 years, we have been a proud partner with the City of Richmond in doing neighborhood revitalization and affordable housing development. It's been our honor and pleasure to work in partnership with the city administration and our elected officials to shape strategies and policies that make a difference for our lower wealth citizens here in our locality. As I listen to the previous speakers today, I empathize with each and every one of you because balancing a budget is challenging. And I would encourage you to fully fund the school's request. And I would employ you to fully fund our police officers and firefighters. And I would say fund the affordable housing of your partners that are standing here. We are smart enough, we are passionate enough, and we love our city enough to maybe find a different way of doing things. The common denominator in many of those requests that come to you is our concentrated poverty. And until we really address that, we won't reach our fullest potential as a city. And so I would say gather all of the people who are so passionate about this wonderful, wonderful city that we all call home, and try a different way of doing it, because education isn't better than safety in our neighborhoods. It isn't better than affordable housing. It isn't better than employment opportunities for the chronically and underemployed. I think we just have a different strategy that is necessary in order to make us, all of our citizens, all of our neighbors, reach their fullest potential. I know you can do it. Thank you so much for your service. And we stand prepared to help you in any way that we can to lift up the fullest potential of all of our neighbors. Thank you very much.
Madam President, members of council, I'm Jane Helfrich. I'm with Richmond Metro Habitat. I first want to thank you for the funds we received through the city from HUD last year. We're working with Councilman Newble on Church Hill right now, along with our sister affordable housing agencies. And as you know, having a great, stable place to live is a basis for education, crime reduction, and everything else that we've been talking to. I agree with Greta. We really need to fund our schools. We also need to keep the affordable housing going. We are delighted at Habitat to be in partnership with Better Housing. They've given us 2 lots on 29th Street, so we'll be putting our much lower income residents next door to their higher income residents. And we're partnering with Rebuilding Together, working together for critical home repair in the city and on Church Hill. So I urge you to consider the HUD funding request for this year, and thank you for the current funding that we've received, that we're working diligently to right now make Church Hill a holistic and better place to live. And we are delighted with the community builders and all that is going on. We're also thrilled that we have 3 of our recent partner families are one from Creighton, 2 from Mosby. So moving up and out. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the City Council. My name is Rodney Thomas. I live in the 2nd District. I'm not here to badger you about more funds for any of the projects. You've applied for the HUD funding. My complaint is this. I'm a New York City kid living here in Richmond since 1992. I have seen more housing proposal projects come forth that are incomplete 20 years after they were proposed. You have programs such as Our House, which operates out of the Churchill area, where you have young men and women being trained to do housing construction, housing repair, etc., and they're not being used. You have a program run by Grace Washington Young, Andre Massenberg, and Art Burton that can make use of completing projects. You have vacant lots sitting in Churchill, sitting on the South Side, sitting in Jackson Ward, sitting in Carver that have had projects outlined for years where they've started a piece of a project and they left it hanging there. And we talk about bringing folks into the area, regentrification, bringing new folks back into the city of Richmond. But who wants to move into an area where half the block is done and half the block still looks like a dump? We do not coordinate, we do not finish any housing project that we have started here in the city of Richmond. We're still trying to get the senior citizen housing on First Street relocated somewhere else. And that was supposed to have been over a year ago. You have blocks all through Churchill where big RRHA property signs are sitting there, and ain't a damn thing been done. We have a stretch in Carver on Lee Street. Again, signs from RRHA where funding is being done through the HUD program. And they haven't finished it. So how are we going to encourage folks to move into the city of Richmond when we can't complete simple housing projects, when we don't make use of those programs that are funded through HUD for job training to develop the houses? We don't make use of the minority business enterprises that are here to the full extent that we could. We have a large number of MBE contractors who could come in, do the housing repair, but they're not familiar with what's going on, and the city does not reach out to them like it should. All I'm asking is, with the monies that you go for, please complete projects, make use of the MBEs, and make our neighborhoods look like someplace that folks want to live in. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak on budget-related agenda items 45 and 46? Those agenda items are now closed. Thank you, everyone that has come down and speak on all the agenda items. We have heard your plea. We have. Madam Clerk, are the papers to be amended and continued this evening?
Madam President, would you like for me to have a motion to continue the budget-related items?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Is there a motion to continue the budget-related papers, items 17 through 46, to the Monday, April 27th City Council meeting?
So moved.
Thank you. Council is voting on Councilmember Samuel's motion to continue all budget-related papers to April the 27th. Mr. Balaus?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Mr. Samuels?
Aye.
Ms. Robertson?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Hilbert?
Aye.
President Mosby?
Aye.
That motion has been adopted, and those papers will be back before you again on April the 27th.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, are there papers to be amended and continued this evening?
Yes, Madam President, we have one paper for consideration. That's item number 2, ordinance number 2014-221, to authorize the special use of 1600 Monument Avenue for outdoor dining for an existing restaurant. The proposed amendment to that paper is as follows. Page 3, line 9, after the comma following the word architecture, strike the word and. After the comma following the year 2014, insert the text and revised January 22nd, 2015, followed by a comma. Page 4, line 2, after the word than, strike the text 21 and insert the number 24. Page 4, line 6, at the beginning of the line, insert the text Signage shall be limited to one wall-mounted sign not exceeding 16 square feet in area. The source of illumination for such signage shall not be visible and shall be located directly or shielded so as not to shine directly on adjoining properties or streets. G, patio lighting shall be constructed or shielded in such a manner that all light emitted by the fixture, either directly from the lamp or candle or indirectly from the fixture, is projected below the horizontal plane of the fixture. H, in accordance with Section 15.2-2286A3 of the Code of Virginia, 1950, as amended, this special use permit shall be subject to automatic renewal by the City Council upon a change in possession, a change in the owner of the business, or a transfer of majority control of the business entity. Upon review by the City Council, it may either amend or revoke the special use permit after notice of a public hearing is required, as required by Section 15.2-2206 of the Code of Virginia, 1950, as amended. I will need a motion to accept the proposed amendment to that paper as presented and to continue it to Monday, May the 11th. Councilwoman Robertson, will you make that motion?
So moved, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Graziano, will you second that?
Second.
Council is voting on the motion to accept the amendment as presented for item number 2, ordinance number 2014-221 as presented, and to continue the paper to Monday, May the 11th. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Mr. Samuels?
Aye.
Ms. Robertson?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Hilbert?
Aye.
President Mosby?
Aye.
That motion has passed. That paper will be before you again on Monday, May the 11th.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there papers to be amended and voted on this evening?
No, we have no papers to be amended and voted on this evening.
Madam Clerk, are there papers for expedited consideration this evening?
We also have no expedited consideration papers this evening.
All right. Well, Madam Clerk, are we moving on to the approval of the minutes?
That is correct. The minutes to be approved are from Monday, March 2nd at 5 p.m., Council Special Meeting Monday, March 13th at 3 p.m., Informal and Formal Meeting March 23rd at 3 p.m. and 6 p.m., and Council Special Meeting Monday, April 6th at 5 p.m. I need a motion to approve the minutes as read. Ms. Newbill, will you make that motion?
So moved, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Trammell, will you second?
Second.
Council is voting on Councilor's Newbill motion to approve the minutes as presented. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Mr. Samuels?
Aye.
Ms. Robertson?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Hilbert?
Aye.
President Mosby? Those minutes have been approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to reports and announcements. Dr. Newbill?
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to share a invitation. The Virginia Cooperative Extension would like to extend an invitation to all to attend its Urban Food Desert Symposium. It will be held on April 29th from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. Lunch will be provided. It will be held at the Grace Center at 5th Street Baptist Church, 1302 Victor Street, Richmond. Presentations, dialogues, and a resource expo will feature dynamic speakers from Shalom Farms, Virginia State University, Tricycle Gardens, 31st Street Baptist Church, Urban Farmers Market, Renew Richmond, and the Richmond City Health Department. So again, you are invited to the Urban Food Desert Symposium sponsored by Virginia Cooperative Extension, April 29th from 9 until 3, the Grace Center at 5th Street Baptist Church. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Newbill. Ms. Graziano?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have two. On Tuesday, on April 28th, that's a Tuesday, there'll be a meeting of my Civic Association presidents at 7 o'clock at my house. And also, I just want to remind everybody the farmers market is open from 9 to 12 on Saturday morning at Forest Hill Park. And starting May 1st, it will be open 8 till noon. Stuff's beginning to come in. Went this weekend. People seem to really be enjoying themselves, eating from the food truck, even if they can't buy fresh strawberries. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Graziano. Mr. Blouse, you have any?
1 second.
No? Okay. Ms. Robertson?
He's three, right?
Ms. Trammell?
Thank you, Madam President. I was trying to find something, but I do not know how to find it on this, how to pull up somebody's name. But anyway, I know that earlier today I got an email from one of the board members at the library, and I think that they're asking if you want to join the advisory board. That's why I was trying to find, and I meant to ask Ms. Coulter before she left, because there was a phone number that you could call because they need someone to, I don't know if it's one or two people that they need to fill the position on the Broad Rock Library board. Anyway, I'll try to find it. But anyway, this Thursday, April the 16th, starting at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., we're going to have our 8th District meeting, and we're back. So I know that it's been a couple of months that we've not been off because I still have been going to meetings, Civic Association meeting, Neighborhood Watch meetings, with the just whatever, answering the phone calls from the citizens, helping them. Even took one senior to the hospital because she didn't have a way. But anyway, again, our meeting is this Thursday, April the 16th, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Satellite. That's 4000 block of Jefferson Davis. If you have any questions, you can call my home. My home number is 233-7382. That's 233-7382. My cell is 240-5050. Our guest speaker is going to be the Honorable Donald McEachin, the Senator of Virginia, and also the Honorable Senator Rosalind Dance and the Honorable Jonathan Blouse from the 1st District, and also our Chief of Police. Our Chief of Police, Alfred Durham, will be attending along with the other Richmond police officers and the firefighters. We're also going to have some other guests, and we should have a very, very good meeting. And again, that is this Thursday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Satellite. I would like to say that I heard all the speakers tonight, and being the chairperson of public safety, my heart goes out to those police officers and to those firefighters, because we know that back in the day, back in 1995, Richmond, Virginia was known for the homicide of Virginia, 160 homicides that year. And I know that when Mayor Chavis was he was the council person in 8th District, he was also the mayor that sat up there. He was elected by the council members. And I can remember him riding in Blackwell, and I think he had some people from HUD, and as they went around a corner, there was firefighters, police officers, and all that, where several people had been shot. And that's when he said, I need help, got to help me. That's when Mayor Chavis formed the Hope 6 in Blackwell and was able to get the money to start those phases. And I know that that was back in the day. In 98, when I won the election, I wanted to continue to do what Mayor Chavis had done by trying to clean up Blackwell, which we have done that, not only with the citizens and not only with the elected officials and administration, but also with the police officers and who form community policing. And I know that the last phase we're going to do, I think it might be 20 to 30 senior homes. It's going to be like senior cottages. And I've asked the person that now is in charge of RRHA to dedicate that street to Larry Earl Chavis. So I'm going to contact him, because when we finish the cottages, I want that street to be named after him for all the hard work that he did, and went through that area back in the day when you had to dodge the bullets and you feared for your life. And with Larry Chavis doing that, I know that he is so proud to see how the Blackwell area is now, along with the Oak Grove community and the whole corridor of Jefferson Davis. And I know we've had some setbacks, but I think that with our chief here, Chief Norwood, Chief Norwood. Oh, Chief Durham. I know, but I'm just saying Norham because y'all know that we work so well together. He worked very, very well in not only my district but all over. And I think that this Chief Durham is going to do the same thing that Norwood did. He's already been out there. I even heard that Wednesday he was over there with the retirees over there in my district talking to them, and I know that that's probably the first time that a police chief's been over there in a long time to react with those officers and to thank them for a great job that they did all through the years. Even though they're retired, he still wanted to let them know that they're not forgotten. So by saying that, I know that the schools mean a whole lot too. We got to help those teachers. We got to have good schools, better schools, because if you don't, what's going to happen? We got to be able to train. We got to be able to educate the teachers. I mean, the children, and the teachers need our help. And they got to have better buildings, school buildings, and all of that to be able to do their job, and for those children to feel like, hey, we got a place that we want to come to school to learn, because we don't have to worry about the ceiling tiles falling down on us and other things that they've had to endure, like the rats running around, the undesirables in the schools that they have to deal with. So I think the two things that we must, in our hearts, I feel in my hearts that we need to do is support the police department and to support the schools. To find the money, this council, to try to make sure that we do all that we can for them. Because we got to have safe streets, we got to have these police officers helping us, and we got to have those teachers educating those children. So I think that I think if we look hard and if we find out what we had from 2014 and 2013 to compare to 2015, we need to know. We need to be able to compare something so that we can be able to find that money, because in my heart, I think that money is somewhere out there. And I know that this administration and Mr. Mayor needs to come forward and at least give us the $10 million that we had for the ballpark, that we're not doing anything with that. Come forward, give us that, and give us some other monies that we know that we can find it to help these teachers, these children, and the police officers and the firefighters. This right here is your smoke alarm. This is the good thing. It's free. Doesn't cost anything. If you call 646-1526, that's 646-1526, these firefighters will come to your home, to your apartment, to your business, to your church, and they will install it for free. They will not leave it with you. They will install it. And if it needs a battery, they will install the battery in the smoke alarm. And again, it doesn't cost anything. And as our President of the United States of America says, Barack Obama, he says, every house should have a working free smoke alarm. So take advantage of it, because it's probably the only daggone thing you're going to get free right now. And if you can't get in touch with them at that number, you can go to the nearest fire station and set up an appointment for them to come to your home and install this for you. Again, it's free. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trammell. Ms. Robertson?
Thank you, Madam President. A few announcements for meetings that are coming up in the 6th District. On April the 18th, there will be a double Dutch Day at the Bellmead Community Center. It will be from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock. We want to encourage everyone to come out for the competition. And that's located at 1800 Lynn Haven Avenue, Bellmead Community Center on April 18th. The 6th District is also holding a community meeting on April the 14th, which is Tuesday this week, tomorrow, at 6 o'clock p.m. Our special guest will be Dr. Thad Williamson, who will be making a presentation on the city's wealth building anti-poverty initiative. And we will have folk there to also talk about the Promise Scholarship. We want our parents to come out to learn about this initiative and how we are working in partnership with the Richmond Public Schools to look at ways to raise money to provide scholarship opportunities for Richmond Public School graduates. We also are asking parents of young adults and of youth and also that have young adults that are not employed to come out, because we want to share with them the opportunity of how we're working with the City Workforce Center to increase the opportunity for employment. We have a lot of unemployment in our district, and we certainly want to provide them with the opportunity to make application with our Workforce Center and learn about the different tools that we have in our tool chest to provide job opportunities. Also, on April the 16th, the City Council and the Mayor will be hosting an appreciation reception here at City Hall. I think maybe on the first floor, to recognize the boards and the commissions, all of the volunteers that provide such a meaningful, valuable service for the City of Richmond. It's impossible for us to get all of the work that we get done in the city without our boards and commissions and volunteers. Also on April the 23rd, from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock, at the Ann Hardy Park Community Center located at 3300 First Avenue, our Chief of Police, Durham, will be there to share his plan for addressing crime and emphasizing his focus on working with the youth. So we are asking all of the residents of the community and others as well, welcome to come to this meeting at the Ann Hardy Park Community Center, 3300 First Avenue, on April the 23rd from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. The police department is very much engaged in our community, and they are reaching out in a mighty and powerful way. And I think, the presentation's public hearing tonight in regards to the need for us to do the best that we can to provide funding, competitive salary, and show our appreciation for the work. They're planning a community walk in Mosby, Court, and Blackwell as well on April the 16th. The Mosby Court community walk will take place at 5 o'clock, and they are beginning the walk starting on Little Page Street at 5 o'clock. So for those that want to be involved in working with the community and with the police officers that serve on behalf of our citizens of the city and want to be a part of this walk, we ask you to join us on Little Page Street on April the 16th at 5 o'clock. Also, as was mentioned earlier, the Housing Authority has reopened their application opportunity for housing vouchers. That will begin on April the 20th through the 24th. You should contact the Richmond Redevelopment Housing Authority or go online to their website. Applications must be made online, and it's only for that short period of time from April the 20th to the 24th if you're interested in making an application for the housing voucher program. And tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, we're having a roundtable discussion with the businesses on the Meadowbridge corridor. It's called Let's Talk Business. We'll have information about the CARE program, which provides funding for businesses in the corridor, as well as information regarding revenues that are available through the city for business facade improvement, and information about the roundabout that is going in at 6 Port. So that's tomorrow morning, April the 14th at 7 o'clock at Boaz and Roof on Meadowbridge. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Ms. Robertson. Vice President Hilbert.
Thank you, Madam President. The next 3rd District meeting will take place on Wednesday, April the 22nd at 6 p.m. at Linwood Holton Elementary School, 1600 Laburnum Avenue. That's at the corner of Hermitage Road and Laburnum Avenue. We hope everyone will be able to attend. This is a new location for the district meeting. for the next few months, we are going to be meeting in Holton, and we appreciate their hospitality. So we will no longer be meeting at Partnership for Families Northside, and we appreciate their hospitality for our last 3 meetings. We will have a police update, as we always do, from sectors 411 and 412. But the main topic of discussion will be the 2015 U.S.A. Road World Championship Bicycle Race and its impact on the district and the city as a whole. If you would like to be added to our email distribution list for the 3rd District, where you'll receive city and district announcements, please send your email address to lisa.towns, Townes, @richmondgov.com, or give her a call at 804-646-6055. If you're contacting me via email, please be certain you are using my City of Richmond email address, which is chris.hilbert@richmondgov.com. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Hilbert. Our next regularly scheduled district meeting will take place on this Thursday, April 16th, at the Goodwill on Midlothian Turnpike, 6301 Midlothian Turnpike, and the meeting starts at 6 p.m. The Midlothian team meeting, chaired by Ms. Alma Moore, will be tomorrow, Tuesday, April 14th, at the Southside Community Services Building at 4100 Hall Street. I'd like to extend a very special thanks, heartfelt appreciation for those that participated in the 3rd Annual Youth Spring Easter celebration that we had at Broad Rock Baptist Church at 5106 Walmsley Boulevard with Pastor Kevin Cook. I'd also like to thank the MAABC Church, who brought a busload of children there. Both the Richmond firefighters, they were there with 2 fire trucks, and we had the police there from the 2nd Precinct, as well as a cruiser. And I'd like to thank the band that came, Counterpoint, DJ Willis Entertainment, as well as 2 newfound friends that came, and they bought this big, huge grill, and they served over 200 persons. I'd like to thank the face painters and the adults who watched the children in the moon bounce machine, and those who facilitated the Easter egg hunt. 100 years from now, it would not matter what we drove, where we lived, or even the money we made, only that we made a difference in the lives of people, namely our children. I'm so thankful for that event, and also coupled with the skate party that we had last Saturday. It was a blast. Chief Durham came out, and he was helping the children skate. Dr. Newbill stopped by and couldn't get her in any skates, but she stopped by. Mr. Willis DJ'd the music for us there, and we had the steppers from the RPS. It was just a really, really good time, this last Easter celebration, this whole spring break with the children. And so I am thankful for everybody that participated in that. As always, I'm concerned about you, the 9th District. Please continue to contact me at michelle.mosby@richmondgov.com. I can be reached at 804-363-5093. Also, my website is michellemosby.org, or you can reach Uzziah Harris, uzziah.harris@richmondgov.com, and his number is 804-912-6465. And also, just want to put a shout out that I'm sure everybody missed Mr. Agilasto, and we want to just tell him that congratulations on his nuptials over the past weekend. Our boards and commissions volunteer reception is this Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. as Ms. Robertson directed. At this point, I believe we're, Madam Clerk, ready to go to the introductory papers for this evening.
Yes, Madam President. The introduction papers for this evening are as follows. Ordinance number 2015-83, and that's to declare that a public necessity exists and to authorize the CAO to acquire 1418 North 27th Street and to authorize the conveyance to Bon Secours Richmond Community Hospital Incorporated for developing medical and related facilities. Planning Commission, April 20th at 1:30 p.m. Council public hearing, April 27th. Ordinance number 2015-84, and that's to declare surplus and direct the conveyance of 2534 9 Mile Road, to Bonsecourt Richmond Community Hospital Incorporated for developing the property as a medical facility and mixed-use development. Planning Commission, April 20th at 1:30 p.m. Council public hearing date, April 27th. Ordinance number 2015-85, and that's to authorize the CAO to accept $1,064,000 from the Virginia Department of Transportation and to transfer $280,000 in matching funds from fiscal year 2015 capital budget to the new city Richmond Bike Sharing System project for implementing the system. Planning Commission, April 20th at 1:30 p.m. Council public hearing date, April 27th. Ordinance number 2015-86, and that's to authorize the CAO to execute an agreement for the construction and operation of the Eggleston Plaza. Finance and Economic Development Standing Committee, April 23rd at 2 p.m. Council public hearing date, April 27th. Ordinance number 2015-87, and that's to authorize the CAO to execute an agreement between the city and the EDA and Dixon Lee Development Group, LLC, for facilitating the rehabilitation of 201 West Brooklyn Park Boulevard as a mixed-use development. Finance and Economic Development Standing Committee, April 23rd at 2 p.m. Council public hearing date, April 27th. Ordinance number 2015-88, and that's to amend the general fund budget for FY 2015 to transfer and to appropriate $25,000 for the funding food policy initiative administered by the Richmond City Health District. Finance and Economic Development Standing Committee, April 23rd at 2 p.m. Council public hearing date, April 27th. Ordinance number 2015-89, and that's to amend City Code by adding a new section 42-15 for requiring that the CAO notify council by no later than November 15th of each year of any participated delay in the submission of the detailed statement and audit finance report required by Virginia Code, and to provide a report concerning the causes of such delays within 30 days after the date on which the report are submitted to council. Finance and Economic Development Standing Committee, April 23rd at 2 p.m. Council public hearing date, April 27th. Ordinance number 2015-90, and that's to rezone 2031 Procuring Lane to the R5 Single Family Residential District. Planning Commission, May 4th at 1:30 p.m. Council public hearing date, May 11th. Ordinance number 2015-91, and that's to authorize the special use of 1031 Procuring Lane for permitting one or more multifamily dwellings up to 92 dwelling units for elderly and disabled persons, together with accessory parking. Planning Commission, May 4th at 1:30 p.m. Council public hearing date, May 11th. Ordinance number 2015-92, and that's to authorize the special use of 1817 East Main Street, permitting up to 78 multifamily dwellings, accessory parking, and uses permitted in the B5 Central Business District. Planning Commission, May 4th at 1:30 p.m. Council public hearing date, May 11th. Resolution number 2015 R27, and that's to amend council rules of procedure for modifying gender-specific references and adopting the current version of the Robert's Rules of Order. Council public hearing date, April 27th. Or resolution number 2015 R28, and that's to approve $4,800 from the Council District Fund to pay for the printing and mailing of spring 2015 newsletters to 5th District residents. Council public hearing date, April 27th. Resolution number 2015 R29, and that's to express the support by the County of Henrico that the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development approve its application to amend portions of Zone 3, formerly known as the North Enterprise Zone. Finance and Economic Development Standing Committee, April 23rd at 2 p.m. Council public hearing date, April 27th. And Madam President, that concludes the reading of this evening's introduction legislation.
All right. There being no further business before the council, this meeting stands adjourned.
Well, times have changed. I can remember days when the public hearings would take 2 days and we'd have over 100 people speaking. Now, that wasn't the case tonight. 2.5 hours from the time we started, we are done. Called to order just after 6 o'clock. His awards and presentations, there were 8 of those tonight. Followed by a citizens' comment period, agenda review. We had no items on the regular agenda. The consent agenda took about 3 minutes to get through, and then we got into the budget hearings, which we figured would take some time. Lots of people out there holding lots of signs saying, "Save our schools." Several members of the police and fire were here as well. And here's where it went down. The budget hearing. The first one was the one for the overall budget, not the community development block grant. That came later. So the first one, we had 19 speakers. Spoke a total of 55 minutes. Here was the breakdown. 9 speakers were talking about fire and police. 9 were talking about schools. And 1 was talking about the James River Park system. Then we got to, after 55 minutes of that, we got to the CDBG funding. We have 5 speakers. They only took 10 minutes. From there we got to amendments, approval of minutes, reports from council, introduction of papers, and 2.5 hours after we started, we are adjourned for the night. Now, the CDBG hearing was originally scheduled for the next meeting. It took place tonight instead. So we'll see what happens next week. 2 weeks from tonight is our next meeting. So that's it. The budget. Now, the budget is not a done deal. They're still working on this. It will not be approved until the end of May. But so if you still have things you want to talk about, get in touch with your council member. So look forward to seeing you 2 weeks from tonight, April 27th. Till then, for Gavel to Gavel, I'm Dick Harmon saying good night.